Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Dolakia. Alexis Grimes. Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:18 p.m. With the quorum of the board present, I call the meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will start with our opening ceremony this evening. I'm going to introduce to you our individual who will be giving the Pledge of Allegiance or leading us this evening. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Sione Hansen of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and also our Texas Pledge. Cadet Hansen is the 8th grader at Henry Middle School who is also enrolled at Vista Ridge High School. He is an active member of the Lone Star Company's unarmed and color guard teams, takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt-A-Highway cleanups. Cadet Hansen is the 4th of his siblings going to the NJROTC CTE track. His commitment to service, strong academic performance, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary leadership earned him the designation as a Cadet of the Month for October. Cadet Hansen's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Well done, Cadet.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, we will go ahead and move into a recognition portion of our agenda. Tonight, we have a spotlight on learning with Cedar Park High School. Come on up.
All right, good evening, Madam President and Board of Trustees. And Dr. Gearing, we are super excited to be here tonight to highlight some of the amazing things that are happening at Cedar Park with some of our empowered learners from our school community. We have Mr. Anthony Garcia, who is our broadcast journalism teacher, Abby Martinez, and Katie Whitmarsh, who represent that program. The broadcast program and our journalism program is nationally recognized, and it operates as a professional news studio. I'm not going to talk a whole lot tonight because this is about empowered student learning, and I'm going to let them handle the descriptions of some of the things that they do. And then they're also going to highlight some of the other great programs that we have at Cedar Park High School, which will demonstrate what they do for us on a regular basis. So at this time, I am going to turn things over briefly to Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. And to have empowered student learners, we have to have empowered teachers. And I want to give a shout out to our principal, Mr. Sloan, who is great at empowering teachers like myself to empower these students. But before these students tell you more about programs and other incredible things going on at Cedar Park High School, I just wanted to speak to their work. Beyond teaching broadcast, I believe in the opportunity that real-world environments like the one in a lot of our programs on campus provide students in learning valuable soft skills that aren't always quantifiable in spreadsheets of data. Student leaders like the two you're about to meet tonight that are going to present have been developing more than journalism skills in their last 4 years of our program. They have been growing into daring leaders. These students have been doing a group book study, actually on Brene Brown's Dare to Lead, which has helped them develop critical foundations to become leaders in whichever career they choose after graduation. As I'm sure we can all agree, good leadership is hard to come by, from leading the country to managing a grocery store. It's not a role anyone can do. So for me as a teacher, the lessons that have made me the most proud to see these students learn is leading and mentoring. They have learned tools to lead a healthy organization, how to nurture and support the next generation, and how to overcome obstacles and disagreements. There's no better way to empower students than to have them lead one another and learn how to be accountable to those that they lead. So thank you, Board of Trustees, for giving these two student leaders your time as they present the best Cedar Park High School has to offer, things you might not always see in a spreadsheet. Please welcome our CPHS News Executive Producer, co-anchor Abby Martinez, and co-anchor and sports director, Katie Whitmarsh.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us tonight. As Garcia said, my name is Abby Martinez, and I'm a senior at CPHS, and I'm part of our broadcast program as the executive producer and co-anchor, and this is my 4th year in the program. Hello. There we go. Okay. And hi, my name is Katie Whitmarsh. I'm a senior as well. I'm the sports director and one of the co-anchors for the Wolfcast, along with our other co-anchor, Jack Polishuk, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but he's here in spirit. Yes, so we are a staff of 25 reporters who create a newscast 5 days a week with traditional news packages and segments with the goal to share the stories of the CPHS communities that inspire and provoke thought. We operate, like Mr. Garcia said, a traditional newsroom with daily staff meetings, projects, and workflow. We've had 3 first-place UIL State on-air teams in the past 4 years, and we continue to push each other to be the best we can all be. Along with everything we do in class on a regular basis, we also work on some special reports. One we just finished up was a collaboration with the other branch of CPHS News, our Wolfpack newspaper, where we interviewed every school board candidate and gave students information on voter registration to guide them through the process of voting. Behind the Ballot was a great opportunity for our reporters to gain real-world experience on things going on right around us. Other special reports we have done include Triggered, which is a 5-part series on school safety. Some of our other seniors this school year had the opportunity over the summer, to visit a local TV station, KView, for a week as an internship to see journalism one step further up. Yes, and just to give you a little more of an idea of what we do, here's a quick reel of some of our work. What's up, Cedar Park? Up first this morning, hear how P&G has returned to CPHS for another year.
Get up-to-date info on NHS applications, your top 3 things.
Plus, this year's first T-Wolf Spotlight. Turn it up because the Wolfcast starts now.
Currently, I'm on the set of Something Rotten, and this huge group of students has been working on the musical since last summer. So let's take a look on how the musical is truly doing, with only 1 night left till their performance.
And I'm hearing that you are also a bagpipe player. Is this true?
That is true, yes. I've been playing bagpipes since I was 8 years old.
Wow.
You name a cockroach or a rat after someone.
Cockroach.
A cockroach.
Yes.
And you watch them feed it to an animal. Learning American Sign Language is growing in popularity, and the ASL Club is here for it.
Hispanic Heritage Month is a whole month dedicated to Hispanics and their culture.
Reporter Reese Elizondo has more. This Friday, they advance to round 2 of playoffs, which will be against Angleton High School from outside of Houston, Texas. The game will be a close matchup, but we are ready. With CPHS News, I'm Katie Whitmarsh.
I'm Jack Polishuk.
And I'm Abby Martinez. Remember to make it a great day, or not, the choice is yours. Glad you enjoyed that. And now, besides ours, there are numerous programs throughout CPHS that empower students to take control of their own learning, and we wanted to take this time to highlight some of them. First up, our culinary arts program, headed by Chef Laurel Grissett, which gives students the opportunity to work in a real kitchen setting. It is a 4-year program ending with being a practicum student, which involves planning and carrying out their own teacher luncheon. We got to look at CPHS's kitchen to see what they were cooking up, and that's the next clip.
So this is Culinary Arts, Advanced Culinary Arts Kitchen. In here we are a certified commercial kitchen, so we're a certified restaurant. Today we are practicing for a luncheon that we have in about 3 weeks. As you can see, we have restaurant equipment. We have our ovens and stoves over here. The students are dressed in either black or white jackets, depending on whether they're a level 1 or a level 2. Right now they're measing out for chicken parmesan, and we're also making cannoli today. So they'll be doing it from scratch, step by step, based on my demo. We are a 4-year program here, so we started it with Intro to Culinary Arts that they can start as freshmen, and it goes all the way up through the senior year where they can do the practicum level. So next year we'll have about 7 kids in practicum.
And then another program on our campus that encourages peer discussion and research is our AP Capstone program.
This is a 2-year program with classes AP Seminar and AP Research, where students pick a research topic of their choice based on their interests and passions and study all year long, ending with a final presentation.
Students develop their research essential questions and collaborate with each other and students across the district to help improve.
And now let's take a look at AP Research with teacher Lauren Brennan.
What's happening today in class is my research students have been investigating their interests, their topics, and they have read through several articles about their topics and have decided on a research question. And then they are working through how they are going to study or what method they are going to use to answer that question. Today we are doing something called Walk the Talk, where students are paired with an adult from the district, either a teacher or an admin or somebody from like high up LISD, and they are going to walk around the school and talk about their topic and their question, their research question, and kind of have an academic conversation with that adult for the first time this year.
And lastly, we have our Mobile Makers program with computer science teacher Sherry Whalen.
Mobile Makers give students the opportunity to learn and develop their own apps while learning coding designs and collaborating with one another.
Students also have the ability to get internships and are able to gain a certificate to be a Swift app developer, which can help them with careers later on in the computer science industry.
All right, and one of our favorite teachers, Ms. Whalen, spoke to a couple students to see what they have gained throughout class.
Hi, welcome. I'm Miss Whalen, and this is Mobile Maker Studio. Let's talk to these two programmers. Introduce yourselves. Tell us what you're working on.
All right, I'm Zane Smith. I'm a senior as well, and we're working on a pretty silly app idea. It's a dating app where you call your date for like 5 minutes, and if it goes well, if the video lasts like 5 minutes, you get a win or like a.
What is your app called?
VATE. It stands for Virtual Date.
Are you enjoying this course, and what do you like about it as compared? You have been in computer science for quite a few years now. So what do you like about the level of this class and the level of freedom you have in your creativeness in computer science?
Well, obviously, there's a lot less restrictions on what I can do because I'm making such like a dumb idea. So I really like the freedom that is provided as opposed to the other classes before this. So.
Do you think it will help you in your major as you graduate from high school?
Definitely, especially with GitHub. That's very important to have if you're going into college. So yes.
So GitHub was just a special added attraction to part of the learning that happened in this course?
Yes, I had no experience with it before, so that was major.
Thank you, Zane. And are you working with Evan on your app?
Yeah, I'm Evan. I'm also a senior, and we've been working on this app together for the past couple class periods.
So you feel like you learn a lot about collaboration and creativity and different parts of being important and being part of a team in this class?
Yeah, we do a lot of collaboration. We like help each other out with code if we don't understand it, and like GitHub is definitely very important. Like Zane mentioned, when you want to like share projects with people and collaborate on code, it's very, very important.
And are you going to become a Swift developer after high school?
Yes, I think that'd be also pretty cool to become a Swift developer.
Thank you. Thanks for visiting our classroom today.
Across campus, students at CPHS are empowered through their different classes, both academic and elective.
None of this would be possible without the support of our amazing teachers and advisors, as well as administration and staff who continue to push students to their full potential and create opportunities that put learning beyond the classroom.
We enjoyed getting the chance to share with you what our students are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much for coming out. And can we also get the parents who came out and supporters for our class here? Yay! All right. We'll now move to the next item of our agenda, recognition. And I understand these are all video ceremonies.
Thank you, Leander ISD instructional coaches. You go above and beyond every day for our students and staff. Our instructional coaches have servant hearts to help others be their best selves. Thank you for your amazing work and dedication.
First, I'd like to thank the district for taking the time to acknowledge the Plant Services Department. I want to thank each individual department within us, our grounds crew for keeping the grass cut and our playgrounds safe for the children. I want to thank our HVAC people for trying to keep the temperatures correct in the schools so the kids can learn in a comfortable environment. I want to thank all of our campus technicians who try to keep the campus functioning at the best ability that they can. I want to thank all of our fire and safety people who keep all of our fire and safety issues, our safety issues in the forefront of everything. And I want to thank all of our managers and our leads and our office staff for being the people behind it all, keeping it all organized and running the show. I can't thank each of you enough. Thank you, and I couldn't be more proud to work with you.
We are fortunate to have amazing LSSPs in Leander ISD. I want to send a heartfelt thank you for your incredible work and support for our staff, our students, and our families within our school district. Celebrate big this week. We appreciate you. We love the work that you're doing and how you support our students. Happy LSSP Appreciation Week.
All of us at Rutledge Elementary are so proud and excited for Ms. Farag to be the recipient of the Texas ASCD Teach Award. As a fairly new to profession teacher, she makes learning come alive for kids. She uses chants and other ways that just make learning fun, and she holds kids accountable and builds their ownership of the learning, and she also makes sure that every single kid in her room finds success. Congratulations, Ms. Farag. We are proud of you.
All right, we will move into the next part of our agenda, communication announcements. Superintendent, Dr. Garing, do you have any remarks?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a quick point out that the Cedar Park High School kids showcased in student empowerment. We'll see as we get to 9A1, the formative review is also focused on student empowerment tonight. And so that's just a reminder, a monthly update that we'll be bringing you about the process, the work that we're doing on the strategic plan specifically. And then 9C1 is our annual comprehensive financial report, and so that's another big item tonight. Not directly connected to any one piece of the strategic plan, but absolutely a core underlying foundation for everything that we do in the strategic plan. Thank you.
Okay, so I got to serve Thanksgiving lunch today at Reagan Elementary, and I was really excited to be able to serve with Mike Howard, our Director of Fine Arts. He helped me. He was down the line one spot, so I was serving with our CNS workers today and got to, whenever I get a chance to go back to Reagan, it's sort of like coming home. So that was my home campus for 5.5 years. And so it was a really great time to be able to serve those kiddos, and getting through pre-K and kindergarten and first and second grade, it was busy, I'm not gonna lie, so it was a lot of fun. The next thing I wanna kind of highlight is this past weekend, the Vandergrift Band and the Vista Ridge Band competed in the 6A State Marching Championships. Vista Ridge ended in 5th, and congratulations to the Vandergrift Viper Band. They are our 6A State Marching Champions. So Congratulations to them. It was a really amazing time. In my years of serving with Vista Ridge Band, I was always a chaperone or a parent and got to see just a few performances, but seeing it from the outside, seeing all of these bands and all of the talent on that field, and mind you, these kiddos went through BOA Super Regional just prior to that state marching contest. So it's been a grind for those kids. So congratulations to all of them. Last night, Anna and I were able to attend the farewell send-off concert for the Glen Grizzly Band, who are an invited honor band to the Western International Band Conference. I think I'm saying that right, WIBIC. And we got to hear their send-off concert last night, and they sound fantastic. So this band clinic is a really hard one to do because it's right on the heels of marching season. So not only did those kiddos put on an amazing marching show, who got third in the Vista Ridge Marching Festival contest, but they were also the grand champions at a few other contests, I believe. They were learning all of this concert music at the same time. So unless you really have a band kid, you don't know what that grind is. And it is amazing what they are pulling off. They did 8 pieces last night. Just wonderful, fantastic. Cannot say enough great things about that band program. One thing that Jeremy Fogelwitz, the head director at Glen, mentioned last night is that these students, and all of them, all of our band kids at the high school level, wouldn't be who they are if it weren't for our middle school band directors, and if it weren't for our elementary fine arts teachers. So I want to give a special shout out to those middle school directors who take the time to place those students on the right instrument in 6th grade, because let me tell you, when they do that, this is what we get. So congratulations to everybody. I just got to be a nerdy band mom from the outside this time, and it was fantastic. So congratulations to everyone.
I can't follow that. Last Friday, I attended Leander High School's cosmetology fashion show, Fall into Fashion. Y'all, it was so much fun. It was all student-led. They did their own makeup and their hair. And just to see them, I think what I loved most about it is the students in the audience cheering on the other students, because this is what they'd worked for. And y'all, that's such a fantastic program that we have at Leander High School, the cosmetology program. And then on November 8th, I attended, as a parent, I will say, the IA Summit. Special Programs, I believe, put that on, and it was a student panel. So you had about 8 students talking to all of our IAs on what their experience is like been in Leander ISD as a student. And what I loved about it is that this student panel represented students from all over the district. And I don't think we've ever done that before. But what I also loved about it is, as a parent, to see my child up there be empowered to talk about his disability and to see the struggles and to know that he's in a safe place, it's probably the most powerful thing I think I walked away with. So I just want to say thank you to Special Programs for putting on that summit. The student voice, especially in that space, is the most important thing I think we can do, and how we can improve and just do better. So.
All right, trustees. So a bit of housekeeping. I think we have only 2 more meetings. We'll be filling out the chart over there at the end of the night. And then at Team of 8, we're going to talk about it and go, okay, what did the chart tell us? Was it helpful, or what other instrument do we need in place? The debrief that you are filling out, I do read them. There are things like when I ask you for a debrief, did we need to take more breaks? Did your agenda items work? Did you need more information? And one of the feedback was, after we discuss an item, if we're comfortable with it, we need to see more items on consent so that we can move to the more conversational items on our agenda. So you'll see that reflected this evening. So yes, she can be taught, people. So thank y'all for filling that out. I appreciate y'all taking the time. Also, I had such a pleasure of joining Dr. Gehring with the 8 of 8. Cedar Park Chamber of Commerce brought this event together, where you bring business and your local government and school talking. And this evening was, or that evening, or morning, it was hosted by Cedar Park Chamber of Commerce, and they brought in industry. And what was so good is to be able to see industry leaders talk about how can they employ our kiddos. What are the skills our kiddos need to be employable when they leave? And actually, could they even be doing internships now? So I was so thankful Dr. Gehring was just right there on the spot, getting information and working on pulling more things together, getting industry and our students connected. And I look forward to our board updates on how that is progressing. Also, I'd like to point out, I'm going to pass down, we got an update from TASB, and so they gave us handouts. Here you go, Erin. They gave us handouts on our benefits, all the different things that come with your membership. And so you'll see there all the different resources and tools available to you and to the district. So the district can use like buy board, workers' compensation. Those things are all things that TASB offers. One of the other things that's in here is their educational program for trustees. What I've really appreciated as trustees, I see this board really taking to heart the educational aspect and continuing education. And not only does TASB do that at conference, they have a program called Leadership TASB. I was so fortunate to be able to put an application and get selected to that, and I really learned so much from that experience because you work with trustees across the state of Texas, talking more about programs and how you do good board work, good governance, and help with your students in the learning process. This evening, Gloria is at one of her Leadership TASB events. She also put in her application and was one of the trustees selected. It is a selection process. Not every trustee who applies gets in, and she's there this evening, which is why she's not here tonight. But I am sure she cannot wait to share that educational experience, and I'm so thankful that she's able to do that because that makes our board stronger. And I'm hoping that, when she completes the course, if other board members want to do it, we can continue the trend. And I think that wraps it up, although I saw, yes.
I have a committee update I forgot to give.
Okay.
I apologize. This morning, the Long Range Planning Facility Committee met, and it was great. We had been waiting to get the updated results from our demographer, PASA. I'm excited for our meeting on Tuesday. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for the board to weigh in on the work we've done, but I think most importantly, I'm excited to see what our committee has to say. I think good work's been done, but the new demographer's report, I think, has been really helpful to get that information before we make any sudden decisions.
Awesome. All right. Well, that concludes our board member remarks and committee updates. Are there any other committee updates? Okay. We'll move on to our citizen comments, and we have a video to introduce it.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, as they pursue their mission to cultivate an individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens' Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or you can just tell them that you'd like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED local specifies guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you are presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even come see some of us in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Thank you. Speaker number 0.
Hi, I'm Adriana Fretza. I currently attend Cedar Park Middle School. I have had a lot of experience with a ton of different teachers, and I'm just expressing how I generally feel about specific types of teachers. I know the board very much tries to employ very good teachers, and I'm listing a couple of teachers that I very much like and why I like them. To start strong, I want to talk about Brianna Bauer. She's a one and only theater director at CPMS. Even though she's currently not here, she's provided a safe space for a lot of students. She's supportive, and one of the things I like about her classroom is that she provides room for different perspectives but keeps us learning. Michael Nauman is my second example of choice. He's a 7th grade science teacher currently. He allows fun and play but keeps us serious and safe as needed. He's very organized and clearly communicates his expectations. Gio Ortega is 8th grade social studies teacher this year. She maintains a structured environment while making her lessons interesting and easy for everybody to follow. If anything goes wrong in her class, she is very understanding and is open to feedback. Nisa Sharma is my last, but definitely not least, teacher of choice. She teaches multimedia, yearbook, and computer science. Though she does have assigned a lot of work, she gives us perfect amount of time to complete these assignments. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, LISD teachers and staff, and the police officers who are here to protect us. I would like to thank the school board members who worked very hard to serve teachers, staff, parents, and kids over the preceding years. Please know that your efforts at public service are appreciated. I know you have done your best and have acted out of goodwill, even where sometimes we don't agree. For people who are leaving the board, you can have a positive influence by encouraging a difference in tone and substance at board meetings and in the broader public sphere. Whether you know it or not, the public and parents have listened to students and have voted accordingly. The voters have spoken. All of those on the new board represent everyone and should serve all of the students rather than the insecurities of a few parents. This should be about public service. Part of that, even after you leave the board, is to encourage a different approach than what we have seen recently. Students have persuaded adults to vote in line with their beliefs in inherent worth of all people. This has been a tough experience for 3 years for many LISD students. As a student, I would like to encourage all the continuing and new board members to do their best to make the next 3 years an improvement over the last 3 years, in substance and in tone. Many thanks for all that you do.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing, Madam President, and Board of Trustees. I would like to say thank you to all of those who worked tirelessly to enable us to make informed decisions regarding Props A and B. This board, along with district representatives, volunteers, and voters, came together as a community to say yes to our schools, to our teachers and staff, and to our students. I'm humbled with gratitude when recognizing the thankless effort you put forward on behalf of our district. As a first-year teacher, I appreciate the support you have shown the district staff, empowering us to give students our absolute best. We don't always pull it off, I'm the first to admit it, but I feel great comfort in knowing that the board has my back. The strength of our community is evident, and I have faith that it will continue to grow stronger. I am and always will be all in for LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 4.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing, Madam President, and Board of Trustee members. As a teacher who works here in Leander ISD, I wanted to take a moment to thank our community. Thank you for showing up this election cycle and showing how much you appreciate us teachers by passing the Vader. We know the choice to vote and what to vote for is never an easy matter. These past few years have been some of the most daunting, exhausting, and trying times of my career. There were days when the idea of heading into work caused stress and anxiety. What drew me back every time were these brilliant, funny, amusing, charming, ridiculous human beings that I have the privilege of working with every day. And it is by no accident that these particularly wonderful children are within this district. We teachers cannot do this important work on our own. To raise such caring and thoughtful children takes all of us. It takes a partnership. So again, I thank the Leander ISD community for your support in the work we do, and for the support in allowing us teachers the opportunity to have a hand in growing the next generation of community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 5.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Huddleston, and this is my 5th year teaching in Leander ISD. When I interviewed here in April of 2018, before my husband and I moved from Tennessee, I remember talking to my principal about wanting to find a community that I wanted to be in for a long time. I don't know why I'm emotional right now, sorry. That I wanted to be in for a long time. I wanted to be able to say I could teach the grandchildren or children of the children that I'm teaching today. And I'm so glad that I found that community here. And I'm so grateful to all of the people in this community, the board members, the people at the district, the wonderful people I work with, the amazing children we teach every single day, and all of the parents out there, all of the community members who voted to say we support you as well, and that they believe and know that we're doing amazing things in this district, because we are. And so I'm just so grateful that we get to continue doing those things, knowing that we all support each other. I'm really grateful to you all for all the hard work you do. I know that you don't get paid. I know that you're here for long hours, but we really, really appreciate you. We see you. Thank you so much. I'm all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 6.
I just wanted to say thank you for working so hard this campaign season to fight for public education and to fight for our students. We really appreciate the district's effort to translate the ballot language surrounding the propositions and to inform everyone on their potential impact. And we're excited to see what you will accomplish now that they have passed. For those watching at home, thank you for showing up for this election and for investing in our district. As a teacher, this directly impacts me and my students, and we appreciate you. I also want to thank each of you that ran for re-election. I can't imagine the hours it takes and the sacrifices you have made to run an effective campaign, all to win what I'm sure feels like a thankless job. I can say that I felt a surge of pride upon seeing 2 of you on election day working until the last possible moment outside the polls. We know that you do all of this because you genuinely care about our students and the future of our district, and that is exactly who we need leading us. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 7. Nope. We put 7 to 0, so now we'll go to speaker number 8.
Thank you for all you do. Thanks to the teachers, the staff, the police who are here. This spirit of public service is really important. You know, the foundation of a society is an educated citizenry. And the moral example we set for kids is important, but many times the moral example that a kids set for us is even more important. So I'd like to congratulate all the teachers that worked so hard to make sure that the voice of the people were heard, but under the covers as well, the voices of students who talked to their parents, who talked in their communities, who came to board meetings, who appear in the video talking about the importance of decorum. And all they've done is set a much better example than, I have to say, some of the parents possibly, including myself at times, in the way we conduct ourselves. That's a really remarkable thing and says a lot about the future. And I think when we look at the results of this election, we see that, you know, in many ways, the kids really do set a better tone and a better moral example for treating each other with respect, despite or even because of differences. And that's the spirit that this district is adopting, and I want to congratulate you and thank you for that. And I hope we see a different tone. I'm really, really hopeful because of this. We see a different tone and different substance that understands that we have a wide diversity of people in Leander who may disagree, but we should all treat each other with respect. And we have some people joining the board who may not agree with that. So I just lastly say, please be ready in case that doesn't happen, but I'm hopeful that we will see a positive change in tone. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 9.
Thank you all and good evening. First, I'd like to give a shout out and a thanks to all of our vets. I believe tomorrow is Veterans Day and we appreciate their service. We're finished with the elections. I think all of us are really happy to have the elections over with. Despite a lot of out-of-town money of extremists and spreading a lot of misinformation and disinformation, the majority of the voters in Leander saw through all of that, and 4 out of 5 of our candidates are very well qualified. And we passed both propositions, both financial propositions, and that's a majority of our Leander voters doing that. They chose the path of diversity, inclusion, and belonging over a path of divisiveness, intolerance, and prejudice. It's important to remind people, some people have stepped up to this podium and spewed a bunch of theatrics, let's say. It's important to remind that person that he now works for all of us. That means he works for those of us that are LGBTQ+, people of color, students of special needs, and families of special needs. Thank you, and again, happy Veterans Day.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 10.
Good evening. I'd like to first thank the Lord Almighty for giving me the strength and the wisdom for all that I have done and what I am trying to do. When I went out and block walked and I put flyers on 15,000 doors, I did that with 40,000 plus students in mind. Every door, I said a little prayer on every single flyer I put out. I know what this job is all about. It's not about you. It's not about members of the audience that don't like me. It is about the children. And I plan to work very hard to find out what they need and how to help them, how to protect them, and how to nurture them in a nurturing environment, because that's what we're here for. That's what the people who I am so grateful in voting for myself did. When I look back at all the people who have helped me get to this point, all I can be is grateful, and grateful to serve them, and grateful to serve the children of this district.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 11.
Nearly 1 year ago, Williamson County Commissioner Court voted to withhold $4 million federal COVID relief from LISD. That was the moment all in LISD was formed. I love Leander Independent School District. It is the main reason my family moved here. I recognize how much potential that this district has. The teachers in this district are amazing. I've met a bunch of outstanding educators through this process. Too many to name, but all dedicated to the advancement of education as a public good. We have an amazing community, decent, good people that are willing to stand up and support their schools when they're facing the challenges. But above all, we have amazing students. This year has shown me that our students are our why. That as long as that we don't burn this place down, they will fix it for us. And while this election may have been a net positive for the progress of our district, our work is not done. There are student groups that are still underrepresented, underserved, and unincluded in our schools. This is not the time to be complacent. This is not the time to become timid. It is not the time for half measures, nor is it the time for half solutions. This is the time to be bold, innovative. This is the time that we go all in. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 12. Here. All right, he's not here. We'll go ahead. This concludes our citizen comments. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, the public hearing for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief ESSER plan and return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan public hearing.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring, and I'm glad that Madam President had the honor of saying those statements for me, because it's quite a tongue tie, but we call it ESSER and RIPICS. Those are the two plans that we're going to briefly go over tonight and then seek public input. So the purpose is every 6 months we are to seek out public input and adjust our plans accordingly. So we would like to open it up for public comment after we talk about our plans. So as you know, we have received funds, ESSER 1, 2, 3, and 3 supplemental, and the intent of these funds are to mitigate all of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. You can find the detailed plan with all of the allocations and encumbrances on the website if you just type in ESSER plan on the main district website. So what does our plan include? These are the top 4 categories that TEA asked us to include. So there are more information on the website, but we looked at the healthy students, healthy schools, healthy community. We looked at equitable access to learning and enrichment, learning recovery and acceleration, and then we also were able to use some of this money to maintain operation and continuity of services.
So for the return to person instruction, we hosted, the Health Services Department hosted the Booster 19 shot clinic on October the 24th. We continue to have a testing site at Gupton Stadium, and that'll be through this year, December. And we have clinics are working under normal operations. They still have to report any COVID-19 cases, and we continue to keep our dashboard up to date on the district's website.
So that concludes our portion. Again, we will come to you every 6 months until these funds are finalized and through expenditures. And so we would like to have the opportunity for our public to have input on either one of these plans.
All right, we have no public members signed up for this portion. Board members, do y'all have any questions?
So I do want to add that if you go to our website, there is a place that you can go on if you didn't have an opportunity tonight to find some time to go on and give us some input on those plans. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, board members, we'll move on to the consent agenda. If there's not a move to sever, I need a motion to approve.
I move that the board approve the, wrong thing. I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. So I'll just point out that it's somewhat remarkable that in board member remarks, you tend to always talk about all the things that I'm going to talk about. But I think what's remarkable to me is the fact that board members are involved in the district on a daily basis, and that's why you talk about the things that I end up bringing to the table. So I think that's a huge testament to the work that you do, your commitment to our kids and our staff. So I do appreciate that. So yes, these are the students who are on the panel at the annual IA Summit, so instructional assistants. And I'll point out that we talk about empowered staff, that includes all of our staff. And our instructional assistants are a critical component to the work that we do in our classrooms and in our schools on a daily basis for our special needs students, but also for our regular education students. And they do an incredible job. And so the summit included a keynote from Dwayne Street, 45 choice sessions, and then wrapped up with the student panel of Student Voice. And so we had a great day of learning, all focused on and supporting our instructional assistants. Just a quick couple of things on election. We all know that both propositions passed. We will be welcoming 2 new board members onto our board. Just wanted to give some quick dates. We hope to be able to canvass the election on Friday, November the 18th. That is something that's required for the board to do. The backup date will be Tuesday, November 22nd, and that's just dependent on when Williamson County specifically gets us the data. So one of those 2 dates will canvass the election, and then that will bring us to Thursday, December 1st, where we'll be able to thank our outgoing board members and also swear in our new board members. So some huge celebrations. This was a huge week actually in Leander ISD. This is Kevin Sanchez, who won the 6A cross-country state championship last Friday at Old Settlers Park. An incredible athlete. Walked away with the gold medal, so really impressive. The Vandergrift High School boys team placed second overall, which is a huge accomplishment. The state competition is really stringent, and so incredible job for them. The girls, the Vandergrift girls team placed 4th overall, and we also had the Vista Ridge High School girls team competing at the state competition. Then this young lady, Isabel Conde de Frankenberg, from Cedar Park High School, competed on Saturday morning in the 5A division of the cross-country state championship, and she walked away with the silver medal. Incredible young athlete, just a junior, and so she'll have another opportunity next year to see what she can do. You guys stole my thunder on the marching band state championships. Let me tell you, I got to witness all 14 of these bands, and just talking to some folks afterwards, it becomes very difficult at this level to differentiate between what these bands are doing, and to have 2 of our 6A bands in the finals of the state marching band competition is incredible all of its own, but then to turn out with the 5th place and to welcome the state champions is really, really incredible. If you've never been to the Alamo Dome and witnessed the marching band state finals, it really is something that you should do regardless of whether you like marching band or not, just because at the end they bring all of those kids onto the field, and you get to celebrate the color guards, the bands, and the true accomplishment of each and every one of these kids and their directors, because to get to this point is just, it takes so much dedication, hard work, discipline, collaboration, communication, all of the things that we really want our kids to learn about happens out here, and it's really, really incredible experience. Vandergrift put on a stunning performance, obviously, to win the state championship. And what a moment for those kids to be able to stand on that field and be recognized in front of the state of Texas. Really, truly incredible moment for them. There's something about what our students go through in this process that for me was just captured in the lead drum major for the Vista Ridge High School band in this picture. Just the depth of compassion, emotion, empathy, and just drive and passion for what they do is something that when you experience it out there with those kids, you just know that they truly are being prepared for incredible things in their futures. And so a shout out to our photographer, of course, who somehow seems to just capture the essence of our kids regularly, and so really fun. But not only kids and directors and our staff, but we have to remember that without our parents and the partnerships that we have with our parents, none of these things are possible. And not only the support of their own personal children, but the way they go above and beyond as prop builders and pushers and meal moms and med moms, and just the list of duties goes on and on and on. And then you see alumni parents who come back even when their kids are gone and stay involved. And I think that's a huge testament to what we build in Leander ISD. That's truly incredible. So we'll always talk a little bit about empowered student learning. This is that panel again at the IA Summit, and just to have our student voice heard across the district, where each and every student voice is important, to have our special needs kids come out and speak to our IAs in such an impactful way, just as testament to their ability not only to get up in front of a large crowd of people in an auditorium setting with a microphone and be able to be articulate, and it is really incredible. And then they become all sorts of empowered learners when they are encouraged to experience things like they were at Baghdad, and this happens across our elementary schools. This just happens to be one example of their book character parade, where they are truly celebrating their learning of reading and their love and passion for the characters that they find inside those adventures. And so we're super excited for them. We also apparently teach kids to levitate. And how cool is it when we empower our staff to lead by example and to be role models for our students? They don't always have those role models in their personal lives, and for us to be able to provide some of that is truly incredible. And again, the moments that are captured here are just snapshots in time of the events that happen day in, day out, minute in, minute out across the district. And there's a lot of behind the scenes work that happens in the district as well. And so these folks just gather together at the state marching contest, but we have principals and central office administrators who are doing an incredible amount of work behind the scenes to make the machine that is, for instance, marching bands happen. Those are huge productions involving large numbers of students. The logistics of making all that happen is intense, and we have a lot of fun doing it. And so a lot of great things are happening, but there's more good coming up. And so this Friday night, our Rouse volleyball team will be in the regional tournament of the playoffs. And so we urge you to come out for game day Friday night. They'll be down in San Antonio versus Memorial High School at 7 p.m. In the Northside Sports Gym in San Antonio. So we encourage you to come out and see the incredible work that our ladies are doing on the volleyball court. Of course, we're coming to the close of the football season. So this Friday night, we have 3 of our teams in playoff games, Cedar Park at Smithson Valley, at Rangers Stadium, and then Rouse will be taking on Crockett in Bible at 7:30, note that time difference, and then Vandergrift is taking on Bowie at Monroe Stadium this Friday night. So lots of good things to come. And this week we had the honor and joy of welcoming our leadership LISD class back to transportation, the North Transportation side. You got to experience some of the joy of our transportation department at the board meeting. And we got round 2 of that with Ken at leadership LISD, and we had a lot of fun. So we appreciate this class. They're taking a lot of time to learn more in depth what we are about in Leander ISD and all the things that we do. And we hope that that will continue to prepare them for future leadership opportunities within the district. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, board members? Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Gehring. We'll move on to the next item in our agenda, discussion action items. We'll start with 9A1, student experience, empowered student learning, formative review.
All right, good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees. I am joined tonight by one of our fantastic area superintendents, Angela Hodges, and we're going to be talking to you a little bit about goal number 1, empowered student learning from the strategic plan. If you'll recall, at our last meeting, we talked a little bit about goal 1 and we shared academic achievement data. Tonight, we'll be providing a progress update on actions that are being taken both at the district level as a system and on our campuses to develop learning environments and experiences that empower our students.
All right, so as you guys may recall, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. This is the system alignment. And we actually had you guys come up over to the table over here, and Dr. Gehring asked you to productively struggle with some cards, if you remember, asked you to sort those and make some connections. And so we were talking in that conversation a lot about the 5-year strategic plan, the superintendent evaluation, the community-based accountability, and the district and campus improvement plans. So we're going to talk to you a little bit about that tonight. And as a reminder, that strategic plan is our 5-year improvement cycle plan, with our campus and district plans being our 1-year improvement cycle plan.
All right, so looking at the goal and the desired impact, we'll just click right over to that. We see that empowered student learning is about meaningful learning experiences for our students. It's about agency, giving our students voice and choice and an ability to pursue studies that interest them, that they are curious about. It's also about building in that resilience of the growth mindset. Also, it's about that graduate profile and those attributes that we are looking to build up in our students around communication, around collaboration, around critical creative thinking, about contributing to our community. So tonight we'll discuss actions that are being taken, like I said, both at the district level as a system and at campus levels to create those educational experiences and environments that empower our students.
Right, and so if you think back to the structure of our plan, the first goal is on empowered student learning, which is what we're here to talk to you about. And under each goal, we have system responses. And so for empowered student learning, we have 3 system responses, and we're going to talk to you a little bit about that this evening, and we're going to give you kind of an update on each of those. And so what you have here in front of you is the area of focus for each of the campuses. And so what we did this year is we really pushed our campuses to focus. We really asked them to pick 3 areas that they really wanted to focus on. They're going to do a lot of work in a lot of different areas, but we really wanted them to concentrate their efforts in particular areas. And so this is what you'll see here. So our first system response, we're going to give you an update tonight on deeper learning, and you'll see that 22 of our campuses across our district had selected deeper learning as an area of focus, and you would be able to see in their campus improvement plan detailed and outlined strategies for deeper learning. And then that second systems response is really all about ownership of learning. And if you recall, we've talked to you before about the fact that this is about academic and personal growth. And we felt that this one was so critical and so important that every single one of our campuses focus in on this area. So you'll see that all 48 of our campuses are focused on an ownership of learning. And then that last system response, as it aligns to the empowered student learning, is all about the grad profile. And so this one, I'm going to wrap at the end and talk to you a little bit about how it all connects to the grad profile. But this one's really about the acquisition of campuses, students, and staff understanding the graduate profile. So we have 11 campuses that selected that as an area of focus.
So it's important to understand how the foundation was laid at the beginning of the year to center our entire system around this goal of empowered student learning. Right from the beginning in the summer during the leadership retreat, we drove home an expectation of alignment through all levels of our system. Our classrooms, our campuses, our departments, our entire district would be aligned to the purpose of empowering learners to embody the graduate profile. So we communicated clearly that alignment does not mean identical. In fact, we would not be asking everyone on every campus to do the exact same thing. Quite the opposite. As Angela was talking to you about a moment ago, we challenged our leaders to design their empowered learning journey based on the unique needs of their students, their teachers, and their communities. So we got a picture up here. I love this picture. It is from Leadership Retreat. And if you can see, that was at Glenn High School. And you see, it's hard to see, but it's a gigantic arrow that is hanging down from the second floor. And what that arrow is we asked our principals to talk to each other in their feeder patterns about the big work that they were doing. And look for that alignment, look for that interest convergence, and then create an arrow for their feeder pattern. After that, we took each of the feeder pattern arrows and integrated it into that district level arrow. And again, with that idea that all of our arrows, all of our work, unique to each campus, all are aligned to empowering our students to embody those attributes of the graduate profile. So one more thing I want to talk about as far as setting the stage, our school improvement visits. You see that as the kind of second bullet. So visits to each and every campus this fall have brought together our campus leaders, our area superintendents, and our teaching and learning staff to walk classrooms, talk about what we see in the classrooms, listen to the campus leadership talk about their big work and their focus areas, and then work to design together customized supports for each campus's individualized goals, strategies, and needs.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to dive into your system responses and kind of give you a couple of highlights of the work that we're seeing happen this year. Before we do that, we're going to talk about deeper learning in a minute. I want to structure kind of how we'll present this to you. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about what are we doing at a district or systems level to support the acquisition and the forward movement towards our goals. And then as a result of that, we're going to show you just a couple of clips of evidence, pictures, photos, of things that we're seeing on the campus that are demonstrating that we are seeing some movement towards our goals.
So as Angela talked about, across our district, we are expanding professional learning opportunities around deeper learning. A growing number of our campus leadership teams have gone through 3-day Deeper Leading Institutes. A handful of them have even gone to the Advanced Deeper Leading 2.0 Institutes and are being supported by at the district level to initiate campus-wide deeper learning efforts. So in these photos, we captured instructional coaches in deeper learning trainings. We've also on the right, you see assistant principals working on an interactive science activity with their instructional coaches, with members of the teaching and learning team to get training on the new science TEKS, which focus on hands-on inquiry, curiosity, experimentation, and hypothesis generating.
Okay, this part is like competing for my favorite part. So I have two parts that are my favorite. This is one of my favorites. So you might want to turn and look at the projector that's the closest to you. If you look at the picture on the right side, the one in the gray, her name is Emily. And she's conducting an experiment that the content facilitators are taking her through in this professional development. The professional development really is designed to get our educators actually engaging and experiencing what we want our learners to experience. So if you see her face, like it's really important that you look kind of closely. She's engaged. She's on the edge of her seat. Something's going to happen. She doesn't quite know what it is. She's intrigued, right? She's with it. Now, watch this. Let's go to the second slide. This is our campus level evidence. And if you can, hone in on the second inquiry picture and look at the little girl in the blue. It's the exact same face. And this was just us accumulating photos just to kind of show you what's going on, and we made the connection as we were preparing this. And the power in this, I'm gonna pop back over to a second, is that this is the intentionality we're trying to create. So we did something similar to this in our last principal meeting, where we had our principals engage in the actual scientific experiences that we want our students to have so that they can feel what it's like to have that learner experience. What this is doing is it's empowering our educators to replicate these activities and these experiences for our students in the classroom, and we're seeing it all over the place. So
My hands did make it into that picture as well. It was totally awesome. So as we head into that second system response, this response really zeroes in on student ownership of their learning. So being intentional across our system about student ownership is about bringing students to the table, having a say about what they're learning and how they're learning it. Not only does this respect their rights as human beings, but it also really gives us an insight that has proven to be really powerful and potentially game-changing to our system as we look at designing learning experiences and environments that intrigue our students, that ignite our students' passion for learning. So kids are attending their ARD and 504 meetings. You've seen the Superintendent Student Advisory Council speak many times. Now many of our campuses, including elementary campuses, have their own student advisory councils where students are being asked for their opinion, for their insights about the learning happening on their campuses. Students are eagerly gravitating towards some of our new educational options, like the early college high school. Another important district level action that we took this year was to really round out our comprehensive assessment system for K-12. You've heard about it a couple of times in previous meetings, 3 times each year. These assessments provide valuable information about each student's learning progress. Why we mention it here? Because the next steps that campuses are taking are to share that data and assist our students in analyzing their own academic achievement data and work together with their teachers to look at the growth areas and determine the areas where they need growth, and then collaborate to establish goals. So students collaborating with their teachers and with their parents to establish goals and really work on that.
Okay, this is my other favorite moment. And so just going back to what Dr. Benz just said about the assessment data and that being really important because we want to empower our students to know where they are. It's important that we know, but it really is much more important that they know and have the ability and the capacity to make a plan and do something about it. So what we're going to show you is this in the middle. It's talking about showcasing personal goals. And so we've seen goal setting for a while now. We've seen campuses engage in goal setting, but with this intentionality that we've taken for campuses to really focus and hone in on things, you're starting to see a difference in how we progress students on how we set goals. And so it's not just that I'm setting goals, but it's that we're setting goals and we're stopping to celebrate goals. It's that we're setting goals and then we're refining how we're reflecting on our goals, and then refining how specific we're getting. So what we're going to show you here is a video in the middle, and that little girl right there is going to share with her entire student body. So you won't be able to see that the entire school is in there, but they're in an assembly centered around celebration of personal goals.
What is your goal?
Please work, please work, please work. Buffering.
It would be much cuter if she said it.
Hopefully it'll kick in. While we're waiting later, can we go back and talk about the math trainings? Because we have seen and talked about that as a board. We've seen the information about the NAEP and STAR scores, that reading levels were about the same, but it's our math scores that are really impacting. I'm not saying that test tells us everything. It certainly is an indicator. And then we looked at our assessments, which also backed up that indicator that there's some things going on with math. So it's good to hear that you're doing math trainings, but can you tell us a little more about that?
Absolutely. So on one of the previous slides, we did share, and we weren't going through every single bullet, but that math training that happened K-12 across our system at the beginning of the year, putting students in the driver's seat, that was offered at the beginning of the year, and it was also offered again earlier this fall. And then more importantly, to your point, we've engaged at trainings at the teacher level and at the assistant principal level, instructional coach level, and with our principals around looking at, analyzing and using that math data that you just referenced, and really digging down to the student level and having those conversations and what those conversations look like and sound like when you're starting at the student level and determining what each student needs, and then working together in grade level teams as a campus to ensure that those supports and interventions, and most importantly, the core math instruction is solidly in place to ensure that our students learn the most that they can.
Yeah, and for individuals who don't experience this daily, when it's, quotes, putting students in the driver's seat, are you saying this is a program? Or what does putting students in the driver's seat mean? Is it a training, or is it something we're doing?
That is the training. It's not a program. It is the training that was the title of the training, where I should say we, but it's our math coordinators and math specialists worked training teachers to really utilize the curriculum to have students critically thinking, creative problem solving, determining best methods to solve problems, and really have more ownership about thinking about math and how problems are solved. It's more than just that calculation aspect. That's important as well, or memorizing facts. All of those lay a good foundation, but it's about how students approach a problem and determine the best way to solve it, and creatively work on solutions. No video, huh?
I think we should let it go.
Okay.
All right.
We are letting it go.
It's really cute, you guys. It's totally worth watching.
It's hard to let it go.
So I will recap. It's okay. I'll recap. So the student basically tells the entire student body that her personal academic goal is to learn her sight words. And so on this particular campus, there are students who have personal goals, there are students who have academic goals, and there are students who have personal and academic goals. And the reason we wanted to slow down and show this to you is not just because of that, but because at the end of her sharing that, the entire student body claps and applauses for her. And there's multiple videos like this. And I will tell you, particularly on this campus, if you were to walk up to any student on the campus and you ask them what their goal is, they're going to be able to tell you. So like in my personal experience, I had a 6-year-old come to me and say, I used to write my G's like this, and that's backwards, but I set a goal so that I wouldn't have to think when I write, and now I write them like this. And I was like, I can't. It was the best. So this just goes to show you, again, we have it all over our system. We've had it before our strategic plan, but the intentionality has brought so much richness to the process in so many different places.
So the third system response is relative to the graduate profile. And as we talked about earlier, we've aligned our entire system to that North Star of the graduate profile and empowering our learners to build capacity and embody those attributes of the graduate profile. So as we finished our first cycle, our fall visits to our campuses, interestingly, the vast majority of our campuses have identified a need to focus on the communication and collaboration piece, in particular student discourse, student-to-student discourse, collaborative structures where students work together to solve problems. As we round out our school improvement visits, we're going to be looking at returning to a practice around affirmation walks And that entails going out on campus. Some of you have been out on those walks and looking, searching and looking for examples of students engaged in embodying those attributes of the graduate profile, and then really celebrating with the campus and affirming those things happening. So I get to celebrate a little bit on some of the evidence this time around. So each of our campuses have their own strategies and approaches to building capacity on the graduate profile. And that we have so many photos and so many examples, it was difficult to choose which pieces to put on this slide and also the other slides. So I get to talk about my favorite example on this entire presentation, which is that middle photograph. There is a wall on this particular campus that is covered with every single kindergartner's testimonial about what part of the graduate profile resonates with them and that they're working on. And so I have about 25 pictures on my phone of different testimonials that kindergartners wrote themselves, and it was hard to pick which one I wanted, but this one I loved it because she says she's a collaborator because I collaborate with Collier and Max and Liam. I am a collaborator, and it just these kindergartners just being able to self-reflect and just to be aware of their strengths, being aware of what they bring to the table and what they're working on was mind-blowing to me. And it just demonstrates that if you can do this at kindergarten, that this can be done. This type of awareness, this type of student ownership and empowerment can happen at every level of our system. Oh, it's still me.
That video is ready to play if you want to go back to it at any time.
You guys want to see it? All right.
Pretty please.
Yay. Very good.
What is your goal?
My goal is to try to read my sight words.
To read your sight words? What is a sight word?
It has letters and you have to try to read it.
So those are words that you should know just by looking at them, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me some sight words? What's a sight word?
Am,
like I am awesome.
yes.
You're awesome so much. Can you just wave and say hi? Good job. We'll give her a big round of applause. Good job, Elliot. One more is...
Who didn't get goosebumps? Okay. Yee. And I'll tell you, there were other videos of fifth graders, very specific academic goals that they're setting, right? So it's just so good. Thank you for making that work. All right, so we have been telling you all kinds of amazing, awesome stories, and I know that all of you have been out and about in the building and seen a lot of these things, but we know that we set these goals because we have ambitions to grow and to be better, and so we still have work to do. And so we want to talk to you a little bit about the work we need to do, but I know that we've brought this up 100 times, but we're so excited about the school improvement visit structure, and I want to highlight just a couple of pieces that are really important to talk about before we talk to you about what we're looking forward to doing here. And so Matt's already talked about the fact that what we do is we come together with teaching and learning, campus team, and the area superintendents, and we facilitate really talking about what is that one focus area that you have in relation to your campus improvement plan. And so if we're going to a campus that's talking about deeper learning, let's say, we talk after we hear the campus's story. We want to hear their journey because that context is really important. It's the reason why we're giving the campuses autonomy to choose where they want to focus, because data makes a difference, student makes a difference, community makes a difference in what we decide. And so in order to personalize that, we feel like the teams that are going to be there to support need to hear the journey before we start the work. And so after that principal and campus team is able to talk to us about the journey, then we collectively talk about the ideal. We define the ideal. So if we have a goal set for student discourse, what does that look like and what does that sound like? And we want to make sure that everybody in the room is all on the same page about that. And then we all go out and we collect evidence. And so that process really isn't about judgment, and it's not anything about the teacher itself. It's really about just collecting what is our current state. And this is the best part. So y'all see the little poster that says ideal there. That's an example of an ideal poster. So you see how concise it is, right? what we do is we build what we call the antithesis of. And so if we see the ideal, if we're not seeing that, what would that look like the opposite? And so when we do that, we build a continuum, and the continuum has arrows on both sides, and the beauty about arrows is they keep going and going and going, so we're never gonna finish or reach the top of the mountain. We're always gonna continue to try to progress because we are a continuous improvement district, right? And so when we come back with all of the evidence that we've collected as a team, we place our evidence on a continuum, and we place it. Do we feel like this is really close to the ideal? Do we feel like this might be in the middle or maybe a little bit more closer to the antithesis? And we end up building a collection of evidence to show us the current state of that campus. So it's in context of that campus and what they live every single day. The most powerful part about it, and this is applicable to us looking forward, is we talk about tangible, small tweaks. What bite-sized thing can we ask a teacher to do to move just a little bit closer to the ideal? Because it's when we start asking our teachers to make these massive jumps that it becomes not something we can accomplish. But when we ask them to just take steps closer to the ideal, that's when it feels like it's something that we can all do together. And so we talk about that, and then we talk about what are our next steps. What are the tangible, small things our campuses can then do? And then what are the things that our district can come in and support? So we are very specific about our next steps and what's going to happen, and we wrap our arms of support around the campuses to make sure that we can make that happen. So I described that level of detail to you to help you understand that Matt's going to cap what we're looking forward to as we move forward, and it really all is in the name of us supporting and stepping along with our campuses.
Thanks, Angela. And we cannot underemphasize the power of the school improvement visits and just how awesome they have been as far as really having those conversations, calibrating with each other, with each campus and each community being challenged to develop plans that are unique to their needs. Those visits have been just, they've been imperative for us to understand what each campus support need is. With a tailored plan, necessitates that idea of tailored support. And just the relationships that have been being built and the amount of time out on campuses in classrooms having conversation about instruction is really changing and helping us to evolve as a system. So I've talked earlier, as we've engaged, we're finishing up that first cycle this fall of school improvement visits. A lot of our campuses are talking about what types of supports we can provide as they focus on student discourse, on students collaborating with each other, creating collaborative structures in the classrooms on their campuses so that students are talking about the learning, they're debating about the learning, they're creating hypotheses, they're positing, they're arguing, they're challenging, they're reflecting, and listening to each other. So we're going to be working on continuing to develop district level deeper learning experiences that focus on that aspect of the graduate profile. Also, we've talked earlier about that student ownership system response. As we look at, we have campuses that are making great strides with these items. We want to look, and we are looking at how as a system we can build from these great campus exemplars in having a system where our students work together with our staff to create personal learning plans, where as a system, our students are engaged with their teachers in goal setting, where our students are tracking their learning and making decisions about their needs, where our students are vetting and curating their own exemplary works and deciding what would go into a portfolio that will travel with them from one grade level to the next, from one campus to the next. Student-led conferences, a lot more of our campuses are engaging in that, and that portfolio, that goal setting, all of that student ownership is really our necessary components for students to be able to engage with their parents and to engage with their teachers in a student-led conference of that sort. So all of those things are really on our list of to-dos and things that we're striving to take what is growing organically at the campus level, and use those exemplars and collaborate with the campus leaders, who each of them has something that they're working on that is valuable to our system as a whole.
So before we go to discussion, I want to just make sure I point one thing out to everybody, which is that you might not see a title for graduate profile, but you will see it at the top of our arrow, right? And so it's critically important to make sure we're highlighting that the way we empower our students is by doing all of these things, and all of these things are going to eventually drive us to make sure that we're embedding the attributes of the graduate profile for each and every student, because that really is our goal, is that we're making sure we're reaching each and every single one of our students. And so I love this arrow, and I know we've talked about it, but it's so worth just bringing up that we're doing everything with our core values, our mission, and our vision right there at the foundation of what we do. Those arrows are our campuses, and it is just really encompassed in that strategic plan, but there's multiple arrows because we're all doing multiple things, but guess what? We're all pointing in the same direction, which is towards the student. So we've got the graduate profile at the top, but it really is towards the student, and we want to make sure that from early childhood all the way to graduation, we are really making sure we're preparing our students with those attributes. So with that, we want to take any questions or discussion you might have.
Board members?
Your school improvement visits, I think it's fantastic that all of y'all teaching and learning cabinet, y'all are all getting into and seeing what's happening at the day-to-day campus level. I think that is amazing, and I'm super, I don't want to say proud, that sounds weird, but I think it's a great step. It's connecting with our community. But my question is, so if you're on this school visit, improvement visit, right, y'all are doing your observations, you come back and you debrief. What does that support look like afterwards? That's what I'm trying to make that connection. Is the campus waiting a week to find out? Is it right away? Is the area superintendent supporting? What does that support look like once y'all complete that school visit?
Absolutely. It's a great question. And so what we do, we actually close this way. We will make sure we tell the entire room that our next step is, as area superintendents, we reach out to the principals and connect with them. Because what will happen is we have photos of the posters that we build, and we basically do a brain dump at the very end. So what suggestions would the whole room have for our next steps? And there's posters with 25, 30 stickies on it, and that is just not, that is not feasible. And so what we do is we purposely wait until after the school improvement visit is over and the campus has had a minute to look at it and process it. As far as to answer your question about the amount of time, it depends on the campus. And so there are some campuses that want time to go back to teachers and talk about that feedback, and some of our teachers are building what does an empowered student classroom look like, and they're building the look-fors, and they're informing the team on what we should be looking for. So those will take longer for us to get back to because they want to cycle through the feedback that way. I just did one this morning where we actually had our next steps before I left for that afternoon. So it could be anywhere from immediate to about a week or so. And then what we'll do is once we decide what are the campus's next steps, we usually pick 2 or 3. And then how do you want district to support that? And who is that point of contact? And we make it actionable. And what we have on our team, we have a tracking sheet so that Matt's team always knows what we've agreed upon, so he knows what his team is supporting with, and we're able to keep track of that as well. So then our monthly coaching appointments, we always loop back and say, how are those next steps going?
And we're just constantly debriefing with each other. Just put it on another agenda for Monday to look at those campus support tracking documents and what's happening. And I just want to point out, our teaching and learning staff has been out on campuses since the summertime and day one and during professional learning days and things, but each campus has that campus support team that's assigned to them. And so it's important. Sometimes it's not necessarily the starting point for supports, but it's a progress check. It's more of a formative review of how things are going so that adjustments can be made to the sport based on that day, up to the minute, what we've seen in classrooms compared to what the campus leaders and their teachers are trying to accomplish.
I don't really have a question, just a comment. So I just wanted to make sure, just mention to you that I appreciate that every campus, because they're so individual and their needs are so different. Something that got brought up today at Reagan during the Thanksgiving lunch, I was talking with the head of Resource and Inclusion, who I used to work for, and she mentioned to me today that last year they had 80 ESL students, and this year they've got almost double. And so they've got some students from Ukraine and Russia, and the Samsung plant that moved here, they've got a lot of Korean students, and seeing them come through the line, and they're using the translator, so I know that the needs of the campuses change year to year, right? So last year it was, it wasn't as many language learners, and so now that ESL department is under a lot more pressure. So I appreciate that the district and you guys, looking at this on a case by case basis is not just a wipe of a statement here, go do this. It's tell us what you need. How do we serve the community that's there? So thank you for that.
Just a sidebar comment to that. I was at the Reagan Elementary School improvement visit, and when I was in a kindergarten classroom observing and talking to kids, there was a Ukrainian young lady right there, and she was getting assistance and support from a couple of the students at her table, and the teacher was using ESL strategies to support her comprehension and learning. But without that visit, I'm not sure that I would be hearing what you were saying and making that direct connection. So just being out on the campuses pretty much every single day has allowed me professionally to have more insight into what's going on our campuses and what the needs are. So I've loved it.
But sometimes as I've gone on campus visits and you see some interesting things going on some campuses, sometimes I wonder, do you, even though, like you said, every campus is different in their needs, but are there some elements that you see that really should be or could be beneficial across multiple campuses?
Yes. I think probably one of the easiest ways to answer that, and then I'll let Matt maybe chime in if I didn't cover anything, is when you think about academic performance and a need to focus on our students acquiring not only just their basic skills, but meeting their needs where they are, that is something that we need to make sure we're making a concerted effort for each and every one of our students. And so if that means that a student needs acceleration, then that's what that means. If that means that a student might have learning challenges in one particular area, how well do we know them and how deeply do we know them enough to still adjust how we're approaching that student to accelerate them in other areas? So I think that there are some things that do go across context. I think that is a lot of the reason why 1.2 is a focus for every single one of our campuses.
And I would just say that was a very insightful question, because as we're looking on each campus, one of the things we do and we have to do is to look for patterns and to look for things that are common needs across campuses so that we can pool our resources and develop trainings and professional learning that is going to meet the needs of those groups. And so it's not always, hey, we're doing 45 different things for each campus. We're doing, math training for these 5 campuses for 2nd and 3rd grade. We're doing, language arts training and working on this with 1st grade at these 3 campuses and things like that, so that we can have some scale there. So yes, perfect comment.
And in the spirit of continuing education, I sent y'all an email with some questions, so I'll just follow up with y'all one-on-one. I have some more questions. I want to add some context and some grounding to make sure I understand the big picture of it.
Absolutely.
So I'll follow up with y'all later on that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll go ahead and conclude this agenda item. Board members, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. All right, board members, it is 8:08 p.m. and we are back. We're going to pull up an item. We have a guest here this evening, so we're going to pull up agenda item operations. Consider approval of the 2021-2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Can we go ahead and get everybody up? Yeah. All right. 9C1, right? Yep, 9C1. We're ready to have you off. You're ready to come up? Item 9C1, consider approval of the 2021-2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report.
Good evening, members of the board. Each year, school districts are required to have an annual audit. We operate or choose to do the annual comprehensive audit report. Tonight we have Ms. Dana Paulson, the Senior Director of Accounting. And we have Mr. Dan Hernandez from Whitley Penn, our auditor. He has a brief presentation, and I will turn the time over to him. And if you have any questions, all three of us will be more than happy to answer.
Well, good evening. We do have the audit results for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020. We do have a PowerPoint presentation, and we do have the engagement team on one of their slides. I am the senior manager on the audit. My response.
If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself while they're getting that, since you were going to do that, let's go ahead and continue.
Okay, well, one of our first slides is the engagement team. Once again, I'm Dan Hernandez, the senior manager on your audit. I was responsible to review the work of the auditors on site, reviewed all the work papers, approved those work papers. Lupe Garcia is your engagement partner. Unfortunately, he has a conflict, and we had to divide and conquer today. Lupe would be responsible for the authorization of the issuance of the audit report and to release the opinions that we will provide on the audit report. Each one of our audits requires a secondary partner review as a engagement quality control reviewer. That was performed by Tom Peterson. So that's basically your engagement team for Whitley Penn. We did have other numerous associated team members help out on the audit also.
Board members, do y'all all have the board book? Does your PowerPoint show? Do you have a copy of your PowerPoint in front of y'all? If you want to continue, and we'll see if they can get it up. Otherwise, we'll follow along on our laptops.
As we go to slide number 3, this is a quick overview of the audit process. Number 1 begins with the planning. The audit begins in the springtime, and at that time we receive information from the district, the trial balance, registers for your payroll, your accounts payable, and from that information we make selections such as your major funds that we will audit and your major programs that will fall under your federal single audit. From that planning process, or that identification of items that we will audit, which we consider risk assessment, we will turn to now the key financial areas, which is where we will gain an understanding of key internal controls. We will conduct interviews with numerous departments. We will look at your human resources, your payroll department, which will have your significant amount of expenditures for the district. We also look or interview your accounts payable, your purchasing department. We will talk to IT and to your federal major program administrators. So from there, we are ready on at number 3 to test internal controls and compliance. This is where we do it during the summertime, and we do most of the detailed testing at this point. We're selecting samples, and this is where we're gathering a lot of the information. If we would have issues, this is a point in time that we would probably identify some of those issues. So after we finish with those tested controls and compliance, the district will close their books, which is June 30th. After they've completed their reconciliations, we will come back and do our substantive testing. During our substantive testing, we do items such as confirmations for your cash, investments, debt. We're looking at your reconciliations. We're doing our tick and tying to your balance sheet or your numbers that you will present on the report. So after we've completed our substantive testing, we will move to our opinion. And as we move over to slide 4, this is really the purpose of the audit, are to engage us independent auditors for the district. We are going to render an opinion on your financial statements and your federal single audit. The disclaimer, there's 3 types of opinions that we could render. The first is a disclaimer, which is the least desirable of the opinions. This is where we were not able to obtain enough audit evidence to support the balances on the financial statements. The next audit opinion would be a qualification, and this is where we're able to identify or support many of your balances, but there might have been one single area that we could not obtain audit evidence, and so we would disqualify that area. The last opinion that we could render is the unmodified clean opinion, and this is the desirable or the opinion that all organizations want to receive. As we move to the next slide, our auditors report on the financial statements for June 30th, 2020. We are rendering an unmodified, or once again, a clean opinion on those financial statements. Highest level assurance we as auditors can give that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material aspects. We also conducted the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards. We also review your internal controls and compliance. And we issue this report, and that report is indicating no material weaknesses identified, no significant deficiencies reported, and no instances of non-compliance material to the financial statements. We do issue a third and second opinion. It's over the federal single audit report. Because the district receives more than $750,000 in federal funding, you are required to have a federal single audit. From the single audit, we perform risk assessment, and from guidance from the federal government, we select major programs to audit. The major federal programs that we selected this year to audit are your child nutrition cluster, your food service program, your elementary and secondary school emergency relief funding, your ESSER funds, your emergency connectivity fund, and your school health support grant. Those last 3 are all related to the COVID funding. For this report, we are also issuing an unmodified opinion on compliance over each major federal program, no internal control findings related to the major programs, and no instances of non-compliance. So congratulations to the district on those reports. Here we get to some numbers, and we're going to talk about the government-wide statement of financial position. This statement is on a accrual basis of accounting. It shows all the district items owned and owed. So this is where you will see your equipment, buildings, and your debt. Your total assets and deferred outflows at the end of the year at June 30th was approximately $1.9 billion. Your largest items were your cash and investments at $410 million, and then your capital assets net of depreciation amortization of $1.3 billion. Your total liabilities and deferred inflows were approximately $2.1 billion, with your bonds payables making the largest liability, and that came in at about $1.2 billion. You also had two liabilities on your books. One was the net pension liability of $46 million, and the other was other post-employment benefits of approximately $104.2 million. These two items are required on your financial statements, but are items that you are supplied from the state of Texas. These are actuarial numbers. The district must put them on their books to have an unqualified opinion, but at no time do you look to have a one-time liability payment for these amounts. So as long as you are paying your monthly contributions, which you budget for on an annual basis, you are good with these liabilities. So those two liabilities was the asterisk is the district's proportional share of the liabilities determined by the Teachers Retirement System of Texas. If we take your total assets of approximately $1.9 billion, reduce it by your total liabilities of $2.1 billion, this results in your net position of a deficit of $209.6 million. Overall, your net position deficit decreased by $17.7 million for the year. On this next slide is the general fund expenditures. Your general fund is your main operating fund. This is accounted for on a modified accrual basis of accounting. You do not see your capital assets or your bonds on this statement. This is the basis of how you do your budgeting each year. General fund expenditures for the fiscal year 6/30/2020 ended at approximately $370 million. That was a little bit up from last year's expenditures of $363 million. Your largest expenditures are for instructional and related services of $240 million, which is approximately 65% of your expenditures. After that, there is no expenditure greater than 10%. The next expenditures would be your facilities, maintenance, operations, and that's approximately 8% of your expenditures, followed by instructional and school leadership at 7%, student support at 7%. Your transportation is at 4% of your expenditures, followed by extracurricular activities and data processing and general administration of approximately 2%. Those round out your expenditures on the general fund side. We also did look at your general fund budget to actual. Your actual revenues did come in at $369 million for the year. Those revenues exceeded your budgetary amounts by approximately $2 million. Your actual expenditures of $370 million were less than your budget expenditures by approximately $26 million. Both of those are positive variances. Your expenditures and other uses exceeded revenues and other sources by $2 million. So this resulted in a fund balance decrease. You had some operating transfers out to your self-insurance fund that really drove this the ending deficit at the end. Your fund balances at June 30th, 2020 totaled approximately $178.8 million in your general fund. These were classified or further classified into a non-spending and fund balance totaling 1.1. This is for your prepaids and your inventory. Your committed fund balance, approximately $2 million, is for future capital expenditures equipment. You also had a signed fund balance of approximately $40 million. The largest component of that was your revenue stabilization of $30 million. And your unassigned fund balance was approximately $134.9 million. As we further look at your fund balance, the district has a policy a goal to have fund balance of unassigned and assigned of 25% or 3 months of annual operating expenditures. As you can see, for the past 4 years and including this year, the district has maintained or met that goal and is currently been about 40% or above each year. You do see the 2020 year, the little bit of a spike that was caused by the 10-month fiscal year. The far right fiscal year 2020 shows unassigned fund balance of the $134 million, which is approximately 133 days of operating based on your expenditures for the year. If you add the unassigned and the assigned fund balance, that's approximately 173 days of operating expenditures, or 47.4%. We also looked at your child nutrition program and debt service budget to actuals. Your child nutrition program actual revenues of $22.8 million were greater than budgeted revenues by approximately $6 million. Your actual expenditures of $14.7 were less than your budget expenditures by $1.8 million. Fund balance increased approximately $8.1 million, leaving an ending fund balance in your child nutrition program of approximately $10.9 million. In your debt service fund, which is where you place your interest in seeking tax collections, and you use that funding for your principal and interest on your debt, your bonds, you had actual revenue of approximately $152.7 million, greater than budgeted revenue by about $55,000. Actual expenditures of $148.7 were less than budgeted expenditures by about approximately $500,000. Your fund balance increased by about approximately $4 million. Ending fund balance for the debt service fund was $135 million. Now that fund balance is also going to be used for your August debt service payments, and you will not be collecting your 23 fiscal year taxes until later in the year, December, January, so that fund balance is really needed in this debt service for that debt service payment coming in August. These last few slides are required communications to governance. One of our required communications is on significant accounting policies. We reviewed the district's policies and methods, and we believe they're appropriate in accordance with industry standards. The district did implement a new standard in the current fiscal year, GASB 87 for leases. In your financial statements are accounting estimates. Not every number is tied to an invoice or a reconciliation or a statement. There are estimates on the financial statements and judgments made by management. We reviewed these estimates, and some of the larger areas included state aid, allowance for uncollectible tax receivable, and of course your net pension liabilities and related accounts expenses. We feel that these estimates are reasonable, and they're based on significant judgment and estimates that impact the financial statements. We did not encounter any difficulties in performing the audit, so we thank Mr. Poppy and Ms. Paulson and the ISD team for all their help to perform this audit and to get us to this point, a timely audit. We did not have any material misstatements that we were identified that required management's corrections. We had no disagreements with management in the application of accounting principles and judgments. One of the last pieces of audit evidence we request in an audit is a management representation letter. This is basically asking management to assure that they have provided all the information that we requested. During the audit, we were not aware of situations where management consulted with any other accountants on financial matters. And during the audit, we do discuss various accounting principles and auditing standards with your management team, but we feel that our responses were not a condition for our retention. That basically concludes our presentation, and if there's questions.
Board members? Great. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
All right. We'll move on to our next agenda item. We're going to go back up now to 9A2, the annual counseling services update.
Pete, sorry, Madam President. Mr. Poppy, does this need board approval? Do they have to accept it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the board needs to have an action item to approve the audit fiscal year ending June 30th, 2022.
All right, then I need a motion, yeah. Go ahead.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2021-2022 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Carey. All right, we're now on to the counseling services update.
All right, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing. I am here to simply introduce another fabulous member of our Pathways and Innovation team, Mr. Steve Clark, who's our Director of Counseling Services, and he is going to talk to you about just kind of what they've been doing since our last annual update.
So, good evening. Just wanted to say, I always try to see who I'm following, and so earlier I thought I was following empowered learners, and I thought, okay, I can connect to that. So I'm going to pretend the audit report didn't happen, so because I can't connect to that. But in thinking about my presentation this morning, I have 2 empowered learners at my house. I have a 10th grader and a 5th grader, and I was looking at some of my 5th graders' papers this morning, and apparently in 5th grade you are assigned a number. So she's number 4. So when you go to line up, you go to spot number 4. Well, so I'm looking at her paper, and it says, I won't say her name, but it said number 4 in the class, but number 1 in life. And I thought, this sassy little girl. And then I thought, but wait a minute. That's what we want for all of our kids, to feel like they're number 1 in life. And so we talked about that on the way to school this morning. And so I think as we look at our purpose, I want you to notice that counseling services work with many people across the district, everyone from transportation to advanced academics to our world languages and all of our teaching and learning and our so many departments across the district. But we work with them so all of our students will feel like they are number 1 in life. So I've broken this into 3 primary sections. We're going to talk a little bit about school counselors, professional school counselors and their use of time. We're going to talk about our student and family support team and some of the data we collected around them or from our services last year. Talk a little bit about T-Chat, which I'll explain what T-Chat is if you've forgotten, and then we'll end with a quick update on our shack. So I'll jump right into our ratios, and on this slide you'll notice that there is a staffed and a current line. Unfortunately, we do have a few openings in our district and in our counseling department, so the staffed means if we were fully staffed, and current means based on enrollment on October 12th with the current staff available. So if we were fully staffed, we would be right where we were last year within 1 to 6 on each different level. So, but we do have 4 openings currently in the district, 3 elementary, 1 high school. The good news is the high school position should be filled in January. That person who's been offered will be let out of her contract and can start in January. So we are actively working to fill those positions. It is a little more difficult than to fill a counseling position because TEA no longer has an alternative certification program that went away a few years ago. So a counselor has to have a master's in school counseling and complete that 48 or degree program or higher. So we are kind of limited in how we can fill those positions and even with our substitutes. So we currently have every campus staffed at some level. It's just not at, a few campuses are not at the level that we would want. So to meet our growing needs, we have started for the first time ever an aspiring school counselor program. We want to grow our own counseling staff from within Leander ISD. I wanted to do this 5 years ago, and it's been on my whiteboard as a to-do item, and we finally decided we're going to get it done this year. So we started in October. Bethany McFell and I, we had our first meeting, and this is a program for current staff who have either been admitted to or are currently in a master's program for school counseling. So we currently have 13 members of our first cohort, and I told them we're learning and growing together since it's the first time we've ever done that. We will meet at least 4 times each year. And our goal of this program is that our first cohort will kind of understand our Leander way around school counseling and what we expect of our Leander counselors. Also to prepare them for the job interviews. Bethany and I write the questions together, so we're kind of giving them some little tips as we go through. And also to help them prepare for their first few weeks and months as they become a new counselor, leave the classroom and become a counselor in our district. We also, in addition to the Aspiring School Counselor Program, did a October conference, continuous improvement conference session where we talked about the path to school counseling. So that's for staff who want to pursue a degree in counseling but just want to know more about it. So we had about 50 people attend that session, so we were excited by that number as well. And just back up to the Aspiring, I can tell you already I've seen people in the program. We're going to have a lot of quality applicants for next year, so I know we're going to hire some of these folks. So I'll jump into use of time. We have been, for the last 5 years, been collecting use of time with our school counselors, and we're doing that 2 ways as of January of last year. For the previous 4 years, we always collected what we called snapshot weeks, where we asked counselors to collect data just for those 5 weeks that we identify throughout the year. So that the purpose of the snapshot was to measure how they're implementing the Texas model and the American School Counseling model. So we have the program domains of appraisal and advisement, counseling, instruction, referral, consultation, collaboration, and program management. You will see non-counseling on these slides, but those are just the non-counseling duties that were during those snapshot weeks. You may remember Senate Bill 179 went into effect last year. So in January of this last year, we started collecting weekly non-counseling minutes, and so we started in January. So I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. Did receive communication from the State Board of Education this last week that there is a proposal that counselors will be required to track the more detailed program each week. That is not finalized yet, but that is open for public comment through December 5th. So just looking at our data for the 5 years, I know it's kind of hard to see some of this, but this is our 5 years of data. Overall, we're getting to where we want to be in counseling services. Even though these are not just snapshot weeks, you will see that our non-counseling duties have been going down over the 5 years during those snapshot weeks. You will notice that there's been the correction where, remember 2020, 21, when we had schools, a lot of students outside or learning at home, we had an increase in the consultation and indirect services, but that has corrected last year and gone down a little bit, and our direct has gone up. So overall, we're hitting in the right trend. So this is early childhood through 12th grade. These are our elementary numbers for the last 5 years. And again, you'll notice that during the snapshot weeks, the huge decrease in the non-counseling duties and more of a direct and classroom instruction has gone up over the last 5 years. The middle school numbers have been somewhat consistent over the 5 years. But again, they had that correction as well. They had a big jump in their indirect during 2021. High school has been the most consistent of all over the 5 years. And so they did, again, see a little bit of a bump in that indirect during 2020, 2021. So Senate Bill 179 went into effect last year, September 1st. And as a board, you were required to adopt a policy, which you did in October of last year. It's local, or policy DP local, that was adopted in October of last year. And that requires that counselors spend 80% of their time implementing a comprehensive school counseling program. And then 20% can be other duties. So like I said, each week we have our counselors submit the number of minutes that they identify as non-counseling, and we try to provide them some guidance on that. And then they also submit the number of hours a week. So if for some reason they were out, they wouldn't put 40, they would put 32 hours that week, and then the number of minutes, and that plugs directly into a spreadsheet, and it just calculates a percentage for them so they can track that throughout the year. So overall, we have one semester because I said we begin in January of last year. We were hoping that maybe we would get some guidance from TEA on how they wanted us to collect that, but we didn't. So we decided we're going to start collecting this in January of last year. So overall, if you look at our percentages, we are within that realm of 80-20. We think and we hope that our middle school average will decrease some because many of our, because we only collected this second semester of last year, and many of our middle school counselors put a lot of time and effort into either assisting with state testing or coordinating that state testing piece second semester. So we're hoping to see a decrease when we have 2 full semesters to combine at the end of December. And then of course we're going to continue to collect this throughout the rest of this year and into next year. So we're not going to stop. One of the things I'm personally excited about is our AP counselor relationship that we're trying to strengthen. We had our first ever joint AP counselor meeting last year. It ended up being in June because it's very hard to schedule those meetings and pull every AP and every counselor off campus at one time. That would be a disaster. So we will never do that. We're planning another one in February as well. And we had a lot of great learning on that day. And personally, Bethany McPhail, the coordinator that works with me, and Brian Miller and Paula Martinez, our counterparts who serve assistant principals, we meet for the last 3 years almost every 2 to 3 weeks. And we just meet and talk about things and get together. So that, to me, that relationship has been one of my proudest moments. And I think it exemplifies kind of get me worked up here, the Leander way and our support for the whole child. So I'm proud of that relationship. So finally, when we talk about school counselors, we were able to have our college fair on October 26th, and I wasn't quite sure how this was going to turn out because it was our first one in the last couple of years in person, where we've done virtual in the last few years, and I thought maybe this might be our last in-person one, but we had a good turnout, even though we had a lot of competing events that night. And the reason we had those competing events is because this date, we don't get to pick. We don't get to select this date. This is a date that's assigned to us by TACRO, which is the Texas Association of College Registrars and Admissions Officers. So as you can see from the picture, this is the cafeteria at Vista Ridge High School, and we had quite a few people show up, even though we had a couple of parades and a trunk or treat that night. I also just want to thank the Vista Ridge staff, Mr. Johnson. They allow us to come in and invade their space, and they're always so patient with us as we work through that. So our next piece that I'm going to move into is our student and family support team, which I'm just going to say SFST from now on, but that's our team of 8 clinical social workers. We have 1 LMSW, which is a licensed master social worker, 6 licensed professional counselors, and 1 licensed chemical and dependency counselor. So I've never really explicitly stated this in previous board reports, but they are licensed and governed by the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council. So they have a different licensing board, so they're not licensed through TEA. And any of their services, because of their license, have to be parents have to consent to those services. There's no way around that. And in many cases, because of their license, even if the parents are separated, both parents still have to consent. So that's something that I've never explicitly said before, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that. Primarily, they provide individual school day therapy and case management, but also collaborate with campus staff. We do crisis response, and we also do some work with our community agencies. So I'm going to share some of the data we've been collecting for the last 2 years. So last school year, we had 1,119 referrals to the SFST team. So these are our referrals by level. So you can see that we had 502. So predominantly, our referrals come from the high school. What we are excited or happy about is that we're trying to increase our efforts at the elementary level. So just as a comparison, during the 2021 school year, we had 93 elementary referrals, and we upped that to 300 last year. So that's an area that we are really excited and happy that we can provide that early intervention to our elementary families and students. These are our referrals by grade level. You can see, as expected, it gets a little higher as the students get older. I think what was interesting for our team, when we looked at it, we actually expected 12th grade to be higher, but we saw these bumps around the 5th to 6th grade transition and the 8th to 9th grade transition. And so we noticed that, and anyway, that was an interesting notice for us. We're also looking to make sure our referrals match our student demographics in terms of federal race. So we're somewhat close, mostly close. We are seeing about 6% more of our students who identify as Hispanic Latino, a little bit under on our Asian, and a tad bit higher on our Black and African American students. But overall, we closely mirror our federal race identification. What we are excited about is that our students who are identified as economically disadvantaged, that's much higher than our district average for last year, which was 18.5%. So what that means to us is we're getting students who may not have access to community services, have access to school day services. So these are presenting concerns. So when a student is referred to SFST, parents come in and before services begin, obviously sign consent, but they also take part in a parent intake. So as you can see, these are what we identified as through that intake process as the main concerns. So you'll see depression, anxiety are the two highest ones, as well as family transition and other family concerns being very high. So some family transition being divorce, separation, maybe some parent or guardian moving out of town, and then just other family conflict or concerns.
So can you help explain to me, though, how you get these presenting concerns? Is this self-reported from the student, or the parents come to you? Or explain that to me, how we get that.
Yes, it's both. So let's say depression. So student and parent may come in together. So like I said, parent does the intake, and they say, I've noticed my student is exhibiting anger outburst over the last month, and that's different for them, or a level of sadness which may be different, or they exhibiting what I perceive to be an anxiety disorder or symptoms of anxiety. And so our clinicians are much more trained than I am to help talk through that with the parents and students and to see if that's what they are.
And then my other question, when I'm looking at depression and anxiety, we as a board have identified that as a pressing concern for our kids for some time. But after COVID, we are hearing that is definitely increased. So when this is presented to SFST, does SSFT feel like they have the resources available to actually address these? Are they able to refer students? If parents are saying, yes, I want help and treatment, and they refer, are those students really getting help and treatment? Do we have the resources in our community to meet the need?
I'll answer it, but you'll also see some of that answered in some of the coming slides as well. I think what's good, or what's exciting for us, is through the ESSER funds, we were able to add 4 positions last year, so that increased. So we used to say we would see kids for 6 to 8 sessions and then refer out. With the addition of those 4 ESSER funded positions last year, we've decided as a team that we want to see students as long as it's clinically appropriate. So we may see a student for an entire semester or an entire school year. We have a couple of students that we've seen for multiple school years just because that's the only way they've been able to access services. So we have increased our number of sessions that we provide a student. And then we also have, and you'll see when we get to the T-Chat part, where if the need is beyond what we can provide during the school day, we have a partner with T-Chat that where a parent can consent and go into that program. It may be access psychiatric or services from a psychiatrist or service from a psychologist faster than if they were just doing it on their own. Did that answer your question?
It's a start. I'll
Okay.
keep noodling, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if you were to look at these numbers, they're not going to add up to 1,119 because students can present with multiple concerns. So if you look at our services that are provided, primarily therapy and case management are the 2 main ones. you look at this and you think, well, no response and decline, that's pretty high. So on the declined ones, you may see students are just, and parents are just not ready to engage in the work yet. So after talking with our clinicians, they either make the decision that this is not for them, or they say, I have the resources, I'm going to go do this in the community, I don't want the school involved. Or they may already be seeing a therapist and the referral is not appropriate because we don't want to duplicate two different types of services and have competing efforts to meet that student's need. We are going to dig a little deeper into the no response this year to find out why some of our students are not, our families are not engaging. We don't just make one phone call and say it's done, we're closing. We make multiple attempts to contact that family through phone calls, emails. We go back to the referral source and we ask them if they know of a better way to contact them. So, but we are going to try to figure out why, maybe if we see some trends in the no responses. So like I mentioned earlier, last year our average sessions for students who received direct therapy during the school day was 8.65. So just as a way to measure that, we want to, again, see kids as long as it's clinically appropriate during the school day. So we want to see an increase this school year, and so our goal is an average of 10 sessions for next school year, for this school year. Because we know that it's difficult for a student to develop a therapeutic relationship with the therapist and then have to go out and start that work over again in the community. So that's why we want to, if we can prevent that transition happening and just meet the kids, the needs of the student during the school day, then that's what we want to do. So I'll move into TCHAT, which is, I'm just going to keep calling it TCHAT, but the long name is Texas Child Health Access Through Telemedicine. So TCHAT. TCHAT has been a wonderful partner for us, and I'll share some of their data in a few slides, but if you aren't aware, TCHAT was created by the legislature a few years ago, and it requires any teaching hospital to provide short-term or therapeutic services to local ISDs. And so our teaching hospital in this area is Dell Children's Medicals, or Dell Children's, so we partner with them and we have a memorandum of understanding with them. As with any mental health provider in the area, they are starting to see a large number of referrals, so it was very fast at first. And I remember talking to Dr. Patel, I was like, you're gonna fill up. She's like, no, we're gonna keep this going. And so she met with me one day and she's like, you were right, we're filling up. So we are seeing a slowdown in our ability to get students in there. So what used to take a matter of days is now taking a few more weeks, but it is still a little bit faster than just going out independently into the community. So the data that we'll provide on the next few slides is the TCHAT data that they provided to us. So you might see some terminology that might be a little bit different than our terminology, but it's directly from their year-end report to us. So they identified 106 students who were served, which is 24 less than what we referred. So I'm suspecting that those students and parents got in, and again, they have to consent. Parents, we just can't send them there. Parents have to consent, just like with our team. So I suspect that maybe the students and parents got in there and decided this wasn't for them and didn't continue on with the process. But 106 students were served with a total of 393 appointments last year. So as you can see with our services, mostly our older students were taking advantage of this program, so about 62% of them were 14 to 18-year-olds. So the providers that they worked with, again, primarily a psychiatrist or a psychologist. Not as many referrals made to an LPC or an LCSW because we have the staff on in Leander ISD and we can provide those services. Kind of hard to see on the screen, but you can see the breakdown of what their diagnosis was, and that's where it's different. We don't use the term in SFST as diagnosis. Even though our clinicians could, if they were working in the community, make a diagnosis, that's not something we do as part of our service. So TCHAT has, again, anxiety and depression are the two largest areas of where they're going. And so primarily, from what I'm hearing on our SFST team is that they're making referrals for parents who are interested in medication for these two issues, or if it's beyond what we can provide during the school day. So our last slide is kind of following up on our SHAC recommendations from last year. And so you can see that the first two are about, the first bullet is about increasing the mental health support available to students. And like I said, I think we've worked towards that when we added our new social workers and LPCs, those 4 new positions. The second and third bullet are about reducing stigma and offering funding a suicide prevention program and healthy coping skills. And I know Trustee Maurer mentioned Hope Squad a few weeks or a couple of board meetings ago. I've also had some of our team member interested in that. Originally, I thought it was going to be cost prohibitive, but I did speak with Jonathan from LEAF. We do have a little bit of carryover from LEAF that we might be able to pilot this at one of our schools. I spoke with my good friend and the director over in Georgetown ISD who uses Hope Squad, and his recommendation to me is you have to find a strong club advisor, because that's going to make or break the program. So we're going to have to find the right school who's ready with a strong advisor who can help go through the training with that and be ready to implement hopefully next year at the beginning. So with that, I will take some questions.
Board members?
I had a question in regards to the SFST.
Yes.
How are we getting that information out to our parents? I'm like looking on my kid's website. Great, not saying they're bad. They have a ton of information, but I'm not sure as a parent looking to get my kid help, or if I have a concern, how does a parent reach out to that to get those services or even to know about it? Because I'm not seeing it anywhere on our websites.
That is something we've talked to our school and community relations teams, like doing some type of a video about those services, and to highlight the work that they have done. Our primary referral sources are school counselors and assistant principals. The majority of our referrals come from them. So let's say a student who maybe writes something that's concerning in a class, or a teacher notices something, they will go to the counselor. Counselor works with the kid and talks to the family. It's like, we have this team who might be able to provide school day services or could help you find someone in the community. But I also, not a lot, but I get a good hand, dozens a year of families who reach out to me directly. My student needs help, and I respond and just say, I get them through email, phone calls, and Let's Talks, and I just say, call your school counselor, ask for an SFST referral, and they will decide what's the next best steps for your student. I think where I want to help that is through I remember meeting last year with our Superintendent's Advisory Council, is that what the name is? And they had a committee that were looking at mental health, and they didn't know it existed either. So I think if we can help our students, especially at the high school level, they could self-identify and ask for that as well. So again, just trying to get the word out through all of those avenues.
For SHAC recommendations, how are we, or what's the progress on getting something on our website where our community and even our board of trustees can see kind of a dashboard, the recommendations that were made by SHAC and how we're completing those recommendations?
So I know those bullet points are on, because I was looking at the SHAC web. I'm pretty sure they're on. They're in the presentation that is linked on the SHAC page. It's not explicitly out there. So I think our first SHAC meeting is Monday. So I think what we can do is I can meet. I think Dr. Benz is leading the SHAC team this year, and we can add those bullet points if that's what the team wants to do. We can add those to that website.
I think it would be beneficial for our community and for board trustees to have a dashboard where they can see how our SHAC recommendations being implemented, or is there a timeline, or did they get done?
Yes.
So.
Steve, just a quick follow-up or clarifying question. I think it was back at slide 14 when you were introducing the SFST team members. You mentioned engagement and parent permission or approval for engagement. Can you talk just briefly in a little more detail about what sort of work counselors can do and cannot do pending parent permission?
School counselors or
both, right?
Yeah.
Help clarify that for all the work that our counselors do, so it's crystal clear.
Sure. Our school counselors can provide, obviously, the classroom guidance. You know, that's a given. They can go into the classrooms and present those lessons. They can meet with students if the student, you know, a lot of times, especially at the elementary level, kid comes in upset, they're crying, they just, you know, especially if you think of our early years, kindergarten, first grade, they meet with them. If a student has an outcry, a suicidal outcry, and we suspect that they might have suicidal ideation, we always talk to those students and then always call the parent in with the outcome of that conversation so parents can take the next step on that. So those are the main ideas. I think our groups, so we don't do a lot of, school counselors don't do a lot of individual, they don't do any real therapy, but they don't do a lot of individual meetings. Elementaries do some groups where they do lunch bunch groups, and in most of those, they do get parent permission on those to participate in the lunch bunch. So it's a little more flexibility at the for the school counselors. But then, like I said, with our because the Texas Behavioral Health Council has specific requirements for the license, and you can't provide therapy without parent consent, and even for LPCs. An LPC cannot provide services unless both parents, unless parental rights have been severed, or a divorce decree says that parent A has all decision making when it comes to healthcare decisions. So we have to oftentimes ask for divorce decrees to see who can make those decisions. Primarily it's 50-50, and we always try to bring both parents into the intake at the same time. Sometimes that's not advisable and we'll do them separately, but most of the times we try to bring them in. So our best practice, so even though an LPC has that requirement, we require both parents to sign consent. Did that address your question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it does. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm curious about students who are taking kind of initiative on their own mental health care. I think we're seeing a rise of students saying that they need counseling services, parents supporting that, and they're doing that on their own. If they're doing that on their own, sometimes counseling appointments are during like a school day. How does our district, our campuses work with those students? And what kind of supports do we have if that's kind of an initiative they're doing on their own, but it is impacting their school day? Like, how does that look?
So are you asking about students who have an outside therapist and they want to?
Yeah, who might be doing a telehealth chat, right? How does that work on campuses?
I'm kind of pausing here. I want to make sure I phrase this correctly. I don't want to feel like I'm setting up barriers to students who can access services, but we typically do not allow teletherapy during the school day by outside providers for a couple of many reasons. Number one, we don't have a release of information to speak to those providers. And so if something were to be said during the school day through someone, for a student who is in a room by themselves doing teletherapy, and then they say, I'm going to harm myself, harm someone else, and that person who's providing that service doesn't have a release to call us and say, you know, and interact with us, it becomes a safety issue for that situation. We also become the de facto parent in that, or guardian in that situation, where we are now managing that student's health care without a release of information. So I don't want to set up barriers for kids who need school day, who would benefit from that, but I also feel like we have to protect our staff and all students by limiting that as much as possible. We do have a memorandum of understanding with Bluebonnet and Integral Care. So if students are at level 3 and 4 or a yes waiver, so those are their higher levels of care, they email me and say, I like to see this student during the school day, and if they've identified it as a school need, that case manager, then we automatically approve that, and so they can provide school day services in person or through teletherapy.
So if the vendor's approved, it's okay, but if we don't know the vendor, it's not?
So we partner with Bluebonnet because it's the local mental health authority, so it's kind of a quasi-government, so it's the nonprofit.
Okay.
Where I struggle is if we start opening up to any for-profit person that we would have to vet every therapist in the community.
Right.
And
I want to be very clear. I appreciate the role that we're playing, which is a support,
Yeah.
and letting the parents kind of navigate that with their child and letting the child follow up. But when you're talking about high school level kiddos, if they have somebody they're already seeing, then how do we work with that family if there's a need for that student? And again, I'm going back to COVID time. We're hearing of a lot of anxiety, stress, and depression on kids. So maybe not something to answer tonight, but I'd be interested in knowing as we progress, do we see many cases like that where we're not able, and again, it might not be the student in the classroom. I understand why that would be an issue, but student maybe in their vehicle on a parking lot where they can meet with their therapist that they've already identified. I'm just curious if you've seen or heard requests for that uptick, and we can get numbers or talk about that later offline.
Yeah, I haven't seen an uptick, but we do get a handful a year requests for that, and I try to look at them in based on the specific needs of that student. So students can, with step out, parents can call them in and say, I want them to be excused for this doctor's appointment, and then if they choose to go to their car and that's where they want to do that, that's acceptable to me. I think, yeah.
That answers it. Thank you.
Okay.
So I just want to follow up and say thank you so much for following up on the Hope Squad thing. That was such a moving thing for me to experience at TASB, and I really appreciate you following up on that. And if in your search of campuses or however you want to find somebody really strong to be able to do that, please let me know if they want to chat about what I learned when I was there. I just loved it. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and 2 of our social workers also saw it at a conference and brought it back and were interested as well. And we've had a couple of email exchanges with the program, and so I'm hoping to get on a phone call with them soon.
So our comprehensive counseling program includes like that counseling, like kiddos going to college, the scores that they're going to need, or what colleges, and do they have their credits. But there's also this other counseling portion too, right? And I think the challenge is, how are we balancing this program? And I think you're doing a tremendous job. My question is, I imagine you've seen some, or do you feel empowered to look at other programs that may do this better or different, or something that we need to do to think outside of the box that meets our students where they need the academic counseling, but also that counseling for the emotional, stress, anxiety?
So are you asking, do I feel empowered to look at like curriculums or other?
Not curriculums, but programs, other structures, other organizational structures.
Yes.
Do we need a counseling team that does this and a counseling team that does that? Do you need,
Yes.
are you going to pull from different hats? I mean, I'm just curious as to how we can meet a need, because when you have a campus that has absolutely no counselor, that impacts your student body. That impacts your teachers. That impacts when you have student outbursts or behavioral things that happen. That impacts the whole campus and student learning environment, safety and security. So I'm just curious as to how we can better help support y'all, and if you've looked outside or seen anything else structure-wise that would help enable y'all to really get this to the next level.
I do feel very empowered, and I think that's thanks to our bosses over here to look out at other things. And when we were up in Mesquite last year, we stopped in to look at their, they have a mental health, it's kind of a center where they have, hundreds of kids come through there each year, and almost hundreds a week. And they do it after hours, and they do it with parents. They have parents who can access to that, and it's a very interesting model. And I'm hoping that somewhere down the line we could have something like that in our district. So it's something that's very interesting to me.
Maybe you can come back to the board and help explain a little more on that model, or
Yes.
what you liked about it, maybe lessons learned, what you don't like about it.
Definitely, yeah.
So that we can understand more, because I think sometimes when you hear center, it's like, wait, are you a school and you're trying to go into counseling business? And I don't think that's what you're saying,
No.
but I think more explanation on that would help.
What I want to say, and the reason I pulled this from Steve, is what Steve hasn't told you is that he's consistently working on a multi-year plan for counseling services that evolves. And so he dreams big. And I love, if you know me, I like to dream big as well. And so I'm very appreciative of him, who has taken someone like me who's not in the counseling realm and has shown me the different things that could be within our district. And so he teaches me a lot too about what counseling services can provide and what his team can do. And so he was the one who told us about the opportunity when we were at Mesquite looking at some other things there in the district. And so I tagged along with him as well. And so he does have a plan for where he would like to take us in the future and be able to provide services not only to our students but our staff as well. And that was something interesting that happened and that we saw at Mesquite, was they were provided it to the adults in the district as well. And so yeah, he likes to dream big. He goes out there and then brings us in and says, have you seen this yet, Krista?
And I will say one thing real quick. I agree with you that we don't want to go into the counseling business, but we know that it's a struggle to find services in Central Texas right now. So it's a matter of just like, I see mental health as a basic need that has to be met before we can address any other learning. So if a student is struggling with mental health, they're probably not going to do well in Algebra 2 because they're dealing with the mental health concerns. So if we can meet that need, much like we do with backpack programs and the PTA closed closets, that's a basic need for student success on the academic realm. So that's why it's important to me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move to our next agenda item, governance. Consider casting a ballot for the Travis Central Appraisal District TCAD Board of Directors election. I understand recommendation from administration is for Mr. Buckle. Are there any questions? Otherwise, I do think we need a motion on this evening. (9B1) under governance, consider casting a ballot.
Are y'all ready? I move the Board of Trustees cast the ballot for Tom Buckle to be elected to the Travis Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. Any discussions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll go to the internal, sorry, almost. I love that, eager and ready. He's like, wait, I don't want that chair. And we'll go to the 9B2 Internal Audit Department Quarterly Report.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. This is my quarterly update. We do this usually in the fall, again in the spring, and then we finish up in the annual. You have attached a list of all the projects that I've been working on and where we're at on those. And then also the unresolved status report of all the items that are still outstanding. Are there any questions on any of them?
Board members?
Maybe just one general question. There are a number of items indicated as affirmed with completion dates, in some cases well in the past. What remains in order for those to be resolved, for them to come off this document?
For me to come back and do the follow-up, but at the time, right now, we're in the process of trying to finish those secondary audits, and once we get that done, then I'll get back on those. As we do status reports, management, when they're giving me responses, if they can give me information that I can utilize to close these out without having to do a full follow-up, I utilize that as well, and so that's why you see some of them already complete, and some of them we just have to get to.
Yeah. For those that are affirmed that have a follow-up date in the past, if I hear you correctly, you're saying you're going to follow up, planning to follow up, but you may be following up on several items together and you're waiting for something else to be completed so that you can do those follow-ups together.
Yes.
It might be helpful for the board to organize those in a way that we can see what's outstanding and maybe what's holding up resolution of some of those affirmed items that are getting a little dated.
Okie dokie.
All right, any other questions? All right, this concludes that agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to Operations Purchasing Cooperative Annual Report. you're still up to speak before midnight. I mean, this is lucky.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, Superintendent Gearing. Tonight we have one of the items is each year the state requires districts who do interlocal agreements, purchasing cooperatives, that if they spend more than $25,000 in any of those agreements, that they have to come to the board once a year, just to have the board acknowledge and approve the management fees for those specific cooperatives or interlocal agreements with other governmental entities. If a district does not spend that much, then they do not need to bring that cooperative to the board. So tonight we have 3 cooperatives that meet those requirements. We have the Central Texas Purchasing Alliance, which is a $150 annual membership fee. We have a TASB, Texas Association of School Boards, by board. That one does not have an annual fee. However, if you buy vehicles, there is a $400 per. You can put as many vehicles as you want on one PO, so it's per PO. And so since it does that, if we bought vehicles, then we would spend it. So we would go ahead and just try to be conservative and above the line is transparent and put that on this list as well. And then also the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts is a $100 annual membership fee. Are there any questions concerning the requirements or annual fees on any of these purchasing co-ops or interlocal agreements?
Board members? All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, board members, this concludes our agenda item. We will now be moving into closed session. It is 9:14, and we are going into closed session for purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignment, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, the superintendent summative evaluation. And Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with the chief audit executive. There will be no action taken in closed. All action will be taken when we return back out to the open session.
Two conversations ago, when this was first on there, that it was, we needed to talk as a team, kind of use our philosophy for the children's which is why talk about it. So that's what I thought we wanted to do. So tell me, so is that, I looked at it recently, is it, you know, the Trustees, but honestly, and she's not here, she hasn't updated anything. No, and there's some more that way. And I received an email about that I sent.
right, board members, it is 10:49 and we are back in open session. I will remind y'all before we adjourn, the debrief comments, if you have something, things we need to improve on the meeting as far as meeting management, or did you have the materials you needed, that's in board debrief, please fill that out. And then don't forget our hot dots, and we will discuss that at our team of 8 if we want to continue with that trend. Are there any motions from closed session?
Yes, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrative probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
Motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Is that it? All right, there are no other items on our agenda, so if there's no objection, we will adjourn.